Alright, I think we are finally set to go. I apologize, we are starting a few minutes late. We're into some, just say some difficulties. More specific. Uh, but we are up and running, so I think everything is good. Sorry, I'm still moving stuff around. Okay, game is up and running. Good, 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 everything. Looks like audio is fine. I apologize again. But I think we are settled in, ready for a good, productive session. So, welcome. My name is Okada, and of course, we are continuing our Pixel Perfect Satisfactory stream, working on our turbo motors. And today is really going to be the day. Honestly, it's going to be the day. We've done everything. We've done everything but place machines. I don't think that we'll finish the facility today, but a lot of that will come down to architecture and things that still need to be done. However, might activate, the place today. I don't know. We still have to deal with a new station here at home, and well, that's the big thing. And then we just have to work out some logistics on where all the belting is going to go for the different floors. During the production of episode 60, which is the one that aired a couple days ago, I did get some machines down, and as a result made some minor changes to the plan. I even recorded it on a spreadsheet. I was prepared to be more prepared. Time to go live. Interfered. So we're gonna have to do some live reorganizing of a couple of the floors, which is anything like require. I think I'm gonna somewhere else, but we'll figure it out. As the floors start to come together, we'll look at what we have left to play, and at that point, we'll organize and shift. But that's not gonna be a problem. The first few floors, we more or less know what's gonna go where, and that's honestly is all we need. So. So let's start with checking our inventory. Run away. I pick them up because they get in the way, especially when I'm filming. Sorry, since we're not doing Fixmas this year. Though, I will likely do a have a walkthrough episode. Or wait, we're actually getting close to Christmas, aren't we? So maybe for next episode. Grab some cable. For the Fixmas area, the Santa's workshop, and probably do some cleanup of it and see what else I can do with it. But there won't be any real construction because we've already unlocked everything. We did that last year. Hard to believe it. We're already around to the Fixmas event again. That was a big deal. Multi-episodic thing that we did. It just feels weird that it's already here again. Wires. Oh, it's not. So the danger we have here is that, as I recall, we are producing copper sheeting at the exact speed that we're using it. It's holding steady. So stealing from this source means it probably doesn't recover. We produce it in other locations, and in fact, we're going to be producing it at this job site. Flying up the outside of this building, it's shorter than I remember it being. I think part of it, and this was day one stuff here. This is our original iron melting plant. Of course, in our starting area. This was a really neat design. Really pleased with it. But it was modular. This is coming in from 4 different nodes. So it looks like it's one building, but more or less it's 4 buildings kind of merged. All the corner segments, I think, are nuts. All the side segments are working together, right? So, like, this is one source of iron ore coming in, and then the corner segments are one source going out. So they kind of intermingle. One goes in, and then there's, it's a different source. They merge and then they go down. But it's 4 sources, and I built this with the knowledge and expectation that we might double the height of it as unlocking better miners. This might still be running on a Mark 1 miner. We're completely getting sidetracked. Okay. Oh, Mark 2. Okay, we did upgrade to Mark 2. But they're not overclocked or anything like that. We could go Mark 3 and just go. But then we'd have to expand our use of the actual material. That would mean all these buildings. I don't need anything from there because we're building on site those materials. In fact, I have way more rods than I need. Probably because I was picking up materials, machines while I was rebuilding the job site. I need to do the advent calendar. Oh, it's a different advent calendar. Well, that's cool. Not the same one as last year. We'll deal with that later. Over here. So, kind of looking at what our list of priorities are. We need to get, before, it doesn't have to happen right now, before we can finish the site or activate it, we have to have another working station here. That's non-negotiable, right? Because there's materials here that need to go to the job site, and turbo motors need to be able to come back. I mean, turbo motors coming back isn't a challenge, because we do have stations here. Because remember, we can only use the first 3 slots because of our design at job site. But we have drop-offs first 3. We just don't have 2 pickups. Like, we could use a different train to bring back turbo motors, which would be very inefficient because we're going to have one coming here anyway to pick up stuff. Which means we just want to have all 3 slots dedicated to project. One source. That means a whole station dedicated. He ran out of them a couple of times. Actually, I think during the build, we're using like the glass flooring uses steel. Yeah. And I wouldn't be surprised. Like, I can almost guarantee we're going to use steel-based, like some side windows or beams, stuff like that. So we'll undoubtedly need access to steel beams. However, we also don't need to be too over prepared for that because part of the project is that we will be creating steel beams on site. So we could, during the build, actually activate those machines. Just the ones that are making steel beams. Once we're at that point, have a supplemental source. So that's something. Else while we're here. Pretty sure we need to restock those in the truck. In fact, it's been a long time coming. So we preserve spots here for, you can see, that I didn't, I hold these spots so that the concrete can't fill them up. Those are replenished. Everything's good there. That's all good there. Excellent. Let's grab. Let's not grab aluminum sheeting because we're not actually supplying sheeting here. Quartz. Gonna need silica. Right now, Windows, Silica is a thing that we use so infrequently that I don't even know where we're storing it. Yeah, we are falling. Right there. Oh, that's concrete. Have it traveling here. Storing it on site. I have. I should do. We'll leave them blank. Reminder that these are the station. These are the containers that are on this floor, and there's nothing in them. There it is. Thought we had some. To top that off. And like I said, I don't want to dump any of these. It's an excessive amount of certain materials on me, but that's because I've picked up machines that we had already placed. And remember, we had an exact number on the materials we needed to place all the machines. So if I were to dump any of those, then we would have the material to build those machines. Yeah, I think I don't think I want to build the station. That's largely because my inventory is so still going. Oh. Right. So in case you didn't catch most episode, made progress on preparing for the next space elevator port. And we should be storing that. Before we leave, I want to make sure we have the exact correct amount of steel beams that we need for the project for the space elevator stuff. We need 30,000. So we have 1, 2, 3 containers worth. I always delete the belt so that, you know, they don't count against numbers, right? Because there's so many of them sitting on the belt. We want the exact numbers on here. So 600 times. Oh, come on, I don't know how to use it. Add here. So we need 1,200 more. They stack in 100. So we need 6 more stacks. Now that we've cleared the excess, we know we have that exact amount. This is the area that's going out, up. Yippers. Okay. We can start moving them out. And we need to get 3 more stacks. 6 more stacks. We need 1,200, right? 1, 2, 4. Stacks to it. That'll be our exact 30,000. Stacks on it. Here. I swear I just upgraded this belt. All right, so that covers everything we need going to stations. So just train bouncing back and forth between here and the space elevator will get all of these materials, so we don't have to worry about it anymore. Automation can handle the rest of that. Loaded some. That's why it wasn't full. Because at the end of the last episode, coming home, it docked. Which is good. We spent a lot of time working. Did this not get full? So before we go to the job site, I'm going to go to the Dunes Desert. Left. Drop off this material, and I've had a sneaking suspicion that there was a container that I didn't connect during the episode. And that it may be sitting idle, not actually making parts right now. Like, you know, because I stack the containers, and when they come in from being dropped off, and they worm their way up, well, then we have to connect the other sides to worm their way back down when we output, if we output from the bottom container. Normally, you'd want to output from the top container to go into all the machines, and I feel like I connected to the bottom container in the episode, not the top container. I'm not 100% sure. I want to check that right now. And we drop off the stuff. Then we need to stop by the battery manufacturer for a couple of things. First of all, we need to make a couple of stations for this same purpose, because batteries for this project, for the space elevator thing. We're not going to bother transporting them, but they don't have stations right now. So I want to get the stations in place. That way a train can be doing this while we're doing other stuff. Or at least make it available to connect to when I'm ready to send a train to it without me having to go to it in the future. And I want to pick up some aluminum sheeting on that side. It's something I would like to do on the side at some point, is augment our aluminum sheeting production. It's on a very small scale. Weird to say small scale aluminum, but we have 0 aluminum sheeting coming home because it's all being dedicated to the battery site. And I'd like to have just a trickle feed of it somewhere that we can send back for our belting Mark V belts requirement. I don't have to keep going to the battery area to get that. So this will unload, and all of that rubber can start in. Oh, and I kicked it to the bottom of both of them. That was okay. Well, that one only had a bottom, so that's okay. But yeah, see, this is what happens. So the machines are all sitting idle, but they're not done because the stators are sitting up in here. There are no stators in. Okay, there are stators in. I know that's going to cause a loop. We'll just slow that down. This belt will eventually win over on the loop. If I delete it, I end up picking up the stators. Let's see. Okay, we have an exact stack of stators in inventory. We know how many. All right. I had that sneaky suspicion. You know, I'm always thinking about stuff. I post-mortem. Not just in life. And I'm always re-examining things I did and choices I made and things I said and just whatever. For why I'm that way, but that's not the point. My brain's never... I so rarely walk away from a thing and I'm done with it. This was nagging me. Okay, so we can forget about that. We can leave it. Good, done. And got a load there unloaded, which is good. Those will all sort. And our train will be able to pick up another load later when we're not busy using. But we need to go to batteries next. Battery right. So battery right is the place we need to edit. Oh, let's actually gonna go to. Maybe we need to divert once we get to there. Let's go to the copper. Yeah. Because I don't want to park in the station that we are going to need to edit. And this will just take us there and we'll split off. Not pulling the station at all. If we went to battery left, we would be blocking production train. But anyway, I think I need to consider next episode probably doing a tour of the workshop and cleaning it up a bit. for our newer viewers. Show them, you know, kind of what we did last year. And if they want to go back and watch the kind of Fixmas miniseries, then great. I've also been thinking about what I need to do for visibility of the series, because we had a pretty strong following going before I took an unscheduled break, especially ahead of Update 8. And it's rebounding, but it's not rebounding the way I'd like for it to. And I just don't know if there's the visibility in it anymore. And I was thinking that probably should. There are community things that I don't take the time to engage in, like Reddit. I don't Reddit. I mean, it might be strange that a content creator who makes YouTube channels who doesn't social media. I have a Twitter account, but I don't really actively use it. And I don't Reddit, and I just don't do those things, right? I need to. And I know that specific to this game, there's a pretty active Reddit community. And the community managers actually troll Reddit for community highlight stuff and whatnot. And I need to start posting stuff from the series on Reddit to get. Oh, did I see a wiggle there? Why did I get out of the train? I could have just backed it up. I didn't want to wait for it to slow down. We're going to go the wrong direction on the train. Weird. I swear I saw a wiggle. I feel like these things get misaligned on their own. Like, yeah, here it is. Like, there's no way I'd never noticed that. I feel like I have noticed that and fixed it before. Every now and then I find a wiggle in a line that's like, I've been over that 1,000 times. There's no way I haven't seen that before. I want to go through footage. Right. Look at that. Not connecting to the half. There we go. That's straight. I'm not thrilled about the spacing. There are options for how to make these turns, and that's just the way the one I took for these. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. Taken. Oh no 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 no! Ah! I expected it to stop faster. There's much mass behind it. It's not the whole train. Right there. No one saw that. Anyway, I was saying, I think I need to start posting it Reddit. I mean, we've done such great projects in this series, and I wouldn't mind getting them, you know, like into community highlights. Really on. Put a lot of work into this, a lot of love, and deserves to be seen, especially the Illuminati. Still bugged by the resounding viewership that we had on the entire build phase of that, and then the reveal of the final product. It just didn't get the visibility. Like YouTube just didn't push it. Still very proud of that. Awesome. We don't get much opportunity to do builds like it, you know, where we actually themed it around having like employee centers, parking lots, and stuff like that, because we don't normally have that kind of space to work with. Plus, it was a large-scale facility that had a single purpose. We have plenty of manufacturing complexes. They tend to do multiple things. That entire site is dedicated to one thing and one thing only. I'm not self-driving because I don't want to dock here. Although, good. Because our inventories are full. Now this wiggle I'm fine with. That was strategic. Where we're gonna park. Okay. You know, the train is going through here right now. That's for the turbo motors, and that's not. That. We need to isolate it and get our exact numbers before we turn into the station, which is why it wasn't connected to a station in the first place. Got batteries in my... Also, copper sheeting, or aluminum sheeting. Just a little. This is where it's all going. Up here. So, we need, I believe, 20,000 batteries. $20,000. Oh. Also 96, okay. So we need 800 more, which is going to be what? Stacks? Hundreds. Inventory for 4 stacks. 3. Can disconnect that. Full again. I knew that our inventory, I knew we were going to overflow inventory. Three. There's the 4. Put this back off. Now we're at exactly. How can I load? Load. So now when we have a train come through here, they can do the delivery. And that's a long time in the future. That'll all be long before. Okay. Off to the job site. That is all the stuff that we need to do related to space elevator stuff. Finally can get onto the main event. I'll be glad when I can clean up the station, just the ugliness of the merger there. So, for anyone who didn't catch the episode, I moved the buildings. I turned them. I tore down the entire everything, all the stations, and rotated the buildings. I then edited the episode, uploaded it, went back and moved the buildings again. I moved them over by 2 blocks. I didn't like where they were at. They needed to be moved over just a little bit. I tore the whole thing down again and rebuilt all of it again just to move them over by 2 squares. And I couldn't just sidestep 2 squares. No. I had to catty corner diagonal move them by 2 squares. So that meant even the glass lines had to be completely deconstructed because I couldn't just like idle them over. I was ready to be done with this. I'm not gonna lie. But here we are. Not all these signs are necessarily accurate at this point. I genuinely was ready to close down and get out of the game at the time that I ended and saved. You can see some of the stuff is still left over floating. Clean up some of it for like screenshots and whatnot for the thumbnail. Oh, Ooh. Ooh. God. Apparently I deleted a line when I was doing the cleanup that isn't all powered. I deleted the cable somewhere on my last cleanup for this. Then see, all of this was connected, and I was using it. I don't know where I deleted the cable from, but that's okay. That's part of the network, so that should all be fine. These are the leftover materials for all the machines that we need to build. This is the transfer floor. All the stations are now facing the opposite direction, which was really messing me up. I mean, it's good and it's fine. It's just, we've spent so much time working on this facility that mentally I'm oriented that way. And now I feel like when I see them turned, the world is now backwards for me. You know, I expect to the left of the stations to be the world going up, but now to the left of the stations is the edge of the map. And so after I moved these, I kept getting oriented. You know, in the mist is easy to do. I don't think we need to do anything down here at the moment. I think we just need to start placing machines. Remembering that they are flipped now. This is building 1. Okay, so the input line is here. Station 1. That makes this building 1. Transfer floors. We're going to have smelters or foundries on this floor, making steel ingots. Oh. Placing. Turn on our little flashlight. I'm not entirely sure what the orientation is going to be. I think it's going to be like this. I think for the most part, we're going to do outputs towards the middle. Exceptions can be made, but I think that's going to be the general target. I think I determined on the outer line. Every other line. Yep. And we're not going to worry too much about the running of the cables or the conveyors and stuff like that yet. We're just going to get machines down and plot it out. Might run some where it's obvious or we want them as guidelines. I'm going to start marking on the spreadsheet. Backwards. I had steel ingots as building 2. Building. The reason it's going to be building 1 is because that's the building that we're going to be doing aluminum in, and both the steel ingots and both the steel ingots and aluminum coal. That way we can have the one coal elevator coming up, hitting both of them. So we need, and that was 8 steel ingot foundries. We need 10 iron ingot smelters. These are on the line as well. This nudge feature is making me really lazy. I love it so much. the amount of time I normally spend aligning everything. I have the skill set, but it's such a pain to do that now, even though I could align it quicker a lot of times, I just kind of want to use the nudge. So if we did 1.5, one on a spacing, and now we're doing one foundation worth of spacing. 1, 2, 3. 3 no, because that one would have ended up. There is a lot of wasted space. I'm not excited about it being this much empty space. I'm not mad about it. I mean, it'll be refreshing to be able to move around on floors and not feel claustrophobic. So that's our 10 iron. Yes. And I'm not determined yet on how we're going to do the conveyoring. Like, are we going to merge conveyors and go across? I don't think we're going to run any conveyors lengthwise on the glass. They can cross the glass, but not on the glass. So probably we'll do like a bunch of mergers and then just cross once and merge with these. Then there will be one belt going across. Or to be symmetrical, maybe we'll do 2 belts, right? One on that side and one on that side, and they'll individually supply different, different rows of foundries. I don't know. I do know is that we now have, like I said, this is going to go fast. That's so much of the thought processing. Since we know we're going to have coal coming in here, we're going to want to do our refineries here for aluminum. Part of this floor here is going to get taken out. It was easier just to draw the floors out back later and delete, as we knew where we're going to put things. What got bumped? Something got bumped. Deuterium smelters. Okay. Fine, because they can be up higher and closer to the quick wire structures. Our new setup. So when we last spoke on Livestream, I for some reason thought that we could sardine the smelters and foundries on the same floor, and it was just not going to work. So separating them between floors gave us another floor of stuff. And we had an equal number of floors for machines before. Now we have one building's going to have more floors than the other. That might change as we figure the rest of this out, but our original design had 7 floors for both buildings. Now they'll have the same floors, but we might have like an empty floor, observation floors. We want to do refineries on this side because we're going to transfer water across the middle. It's going to complain about slipping because of the roof. Lock in a spot here. genuinely don't know where I'm going to want to place it. Place that. You know what we should also be doing? Marking the, or setting their recipe. Coke still in it takes Coke, right? Obviously. Yeah. We're just going for the regular. No, we're not. We're going with, oh, yeah, we're going with solid steel. I was like, wait a minute, this didn't seem right. We would have turned the whole thing on and then it would have just dead ended as soon as it got to the foundry. We would have been sending iron ingots instead of iron ore to it. Would have stopped already. That. Paste that. Here we go. So I already got my rotation backwards. Yeah. These are going to be copy. Da-di-da-di. So we got to fit. We need to fit the packager and I think we're going to do the aluminum processing the actual scrap. Try to do it all on the same floor. Or we might do it on the half floor above. How do we want to do the packagers? So this is going to be floppy alumina. Because this one doesn't produce the silica. Don't want. And then the regular scrap. Mentioned that we're going to have coal coming up. Oof, 40 aluminum. Oh yeah, right. Or 1 for 1. So it is right. Perfect. And then water output, which will go across to copper sheeting. Starting to wonder, do we want? I think we want to flip the. I want this to be the facing this way one. Wait. I want to move. I didn't click the nudge button. Yeah, this is definitely, now that I think about it, this is definitely what we want to do. For a couple reasons. We have bauxite coming in, and tentatively, I always get caught by first time build not having the zoom on. Tentatively, we're gonna probably have the drone platform right here. Entered. Perfectly nice. So it would come out and go straight into the refineries. In fact, we might move the refineries to that side of the building. I think the output is over here. Anyway, we're going to need to pipe water across the opening. So we have this on the outer side so that it goes straight across and not hit the station. I think that work out better. Up. And we'll still have to run. We'd have to run the scrap around. Not so clean, but that's okay. We're actually forgetting some blueprints. Now, I haven't built any blueprints specific for this run, but I have repiped. I realize that why do I not have a single? Why do I not have a single version of it? 3x, the 2x. Ad hoc version. I'll fix my stuff. How we're doing. I'll be anywhere. Okay. Right. Oh, load blueprints. Wait for the autosave. I know it can seem silly to have a blueprint for one building, but if you've ever seen me OCD over the production or the placement of pipes, you understand why it is so important. Because that pipe configuration is not random. Yeah. What was the next one? Apparently didn't like the period in there. Actually put it where it's supposed to. Oh, those were fine with obviously a newer version. Because I know that the game literally saves these blueprints as actual files in the hard drive. And maybe they decided they didn't want to have periods in the file name. I don't know. But minor. Okay. We double click down. Whoop. Cut off our back. Re-engage. Okay, so we said this is going to be the incoming, the bauxite. Oh, it's interesting. They have an arrow now showing the orientation because I build things sideways on them. Why are you locked in place? I hadn't touched anything. I always build things sideways on them. Okay. So we are going to the drone port export. I'm pretty sure is on this side. I want it there and there, I think. And we'll verify that as soon as we start placing packager stuff. Right now, before we place the other one. But we need 2 packagers because they unpack twice as fast as they pack. Water. Where these are going to be might change. Sadly, I don't think I have a packer free. Oh, don't tell me I don't. I have to pipe these manually. Oh, I don't. I do. That pan. Yeah, we're doing. We're doing this. As we get to hear the again. Awesome. Been a little while since I did this. I don't know if I've done it. Obviously, I have to packages. We're just gonna kind of guess if that's the right. It's been so long since I've done it. I don't have all the measurements. Different. Right, because the refinery ones are on the ground. I never came up with a system for packagers because I use them so rarely. I'm not sure that I bothered to ever stack them to the same height. come on, that should work. Noodle mode works. I'm excited about it. Like this to work, but we didn't try it in noodle mode. Huh. That's better, I think. Because that's the distance out in front that I want it to be. I have to go out further. Well, we'll accept it. I mean, that's going to be the packager's style. But the most important thing is that it's too high, so now it'll line up with other things, everything else that uses piping. One under, one back. See how fast I did that? That is the muscle memory kicking back in. Having done that so many 18 billion times. Okay. I'm gonna try putting a dot in there again, even though it's gonna reject it. I went with yellow for those, but be consistent. Probably because it's the main color of the factory. I just realized that I have a refinery category. I'm like, wait a minute, did I have a pipe packager? Subcategory. Okay, verify it's there. Now I want to be extra careful when I do these because when the blueprint machine or thing here was introduced, designer, there were unreliabilities. Blueprints could get lost or not saved the right place, or all kinds of weird stuff would happen. So it looks to me like they maybe have stabilized it, but a version or two. I think it came in update 7 or 6. I don't know. Well, I just, that's why I'm kind of nitpicking, double checking stuff, because there have been bugs when it was first introduced. Fine, because that's the way things work. So maybe I should start doing these forward, because now there's like that arrow, that's new. Big white arrow. That directional arrow was not a thing before. And it's helpful if the machines were facing the way the arrow is. A nice feature. One that I don't think I'm benefiting. That There's now also the ability to delete an entire blueprint. Dismantle mode, mass dismantle. Oh. Oh, that is so cool. Okay. First time I've used a blueprint since 8.8. I feel like I want to write these out. Thing is that if I move it over, that'll be okay. Oh, I can copy the whole blueprint. Also a new feature. Love it. That gonna work out. Oh, why? No, not this. Not gonna be it. Then we're not technically running things yet, but we need to make sure that the positioning that we put them in is relative to where we are going to want them. This would be the 90-degree. So. I'm not going to bother running the other pipes. Verify. Good. Okay. So that will work. That. I didn't. Our blue. Okay, so if I go, by habit, like I can click the copy button, copy whatever my cursor is on. A long time ago, I got in the habit of going in dismantle mode. That way I can see what I'm grabbing. Then I hit the button. And it seems like dismantle mode is how I can, if I have it in dismantle blueprint mode, then it grabs the entire blueprint. So sloppy alumina, wrap. Pipe will water across. That. We'll need. We'll end up clearing more of this out later, but for now. Gives us more of an idea of what our spacing is that we can actually build on. Unpacking. Water. Water. I know that we're going to need 200 per minute. And we'll come back through and we'll make sure things are underclocked and all that stuff appropriate later on, but my mind is on it at the moment. So, water, aluminum refinery. Need 6 aluminum smelters. I did say generally we're going to have it going towards the interior, but in this case, breaking that rule because scrap's going to come from right there. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Aluminum scrap. Paste. Okay, so we are up to aluminum ingots. Notes, I had something going. That should. Oh, that's why that was moved. I didn't. Okay. So we're going to need to do copper next. We need first to make the ingots and then the refineries to handle the copper sheeting. This is where, here's something we're not sure what we're going to do. We need 6 refineries, 4 smelters. And we never settled on how the refineries were going to be placed. This one, for some reason, was immediately obvious to me. Even though we could have, done like the solution refinery going across to scrap refinery. For some reason, these felt right side by side. Probably because I knew we were going to do a line of smelters somewhere, and this allowed us to do that as a uniform. On this one, we still have some leftover floating signs. These are not going to be, this is one that changes. We're not going to do, originally we were going to do all of those on 4th. So we want it's 4. I know previously I've written them. know what that means. We need to figure out where we're going to do the refineries. The water's going to be coming across here, so obviously we're going to do the refineries here somewhere. Are we going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? We could pack them in 1, 2, 3 pretty easily right here, and then have them spit out across. Probably the most logical. Or no. Fortunately, we can delete entire blueprints. If we can't mass delete. Alignment. There it is. That's one off on either side now. But that's aligned. So this would be a possibility, right? With the water in a straight line, but it's not a big deal. We can take a turn. You could also bump them forward. Block. Output. Line. Not worried about the height because we're not actually going to use this pipe. So if we brought them all forward 1. Nudge. Look. I feel like this is going to be far forward. And it still wouldn't align. I mean, I could do that and it would align with the pipe. But that's burgeoning too far into here. Is it? What else do we need the space for? Still. I'm gonna go initially with this. I'm gonna leave the other refineries where they're at. Moment. We need to place, I'd say 4 ingots? Smelters? So obviously we would just feed them from behind. And the math should be 2 and 2, right? Because we'd have 3 more of them over there. Something like. So that's going to come down to what's the spacing there and how much of the next floor we are carving out. I mean, I think I'm good with the orientation. Do I want to bump them forward more? I don't think I do. A space balancing thing, like, because right here's the middle of the building. And if we did move it forward, to line it up with the pipe, back that one up. Did not grab the blueprint. Did that, how would it be? Probably okay. Leave this a whole block over there that's empty. We have a whole block on the end of there, you know, and we're gonna have some conveying. Let's go with it. You know, if we decide later on that we're not thrilled with it, we can. Oops, not me. Fortunately, I can delete the entire blueprint. That will never get old. Okay. That. Nice. Side of the line, it is. Perfect. Okay. And we get a little more cross-building action. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. This is going to be our copper sheeting. Ooh. And I'm okay with wasting some more of the space of it. I don't have enough dead space as it is. And we'll put walkway railings all around this. I think it'll be pretty cool. Transfer floor. Does it have a floor number? I just number them based on their means. F2. And 2. And run out of power. I mean, I probably should go along and connect power to these as we go, just so I have power lines that I'm not having to. I'm gonna have to delete later, but I'm not gonna. I do think we need to move those forward a bit. Oh, I'm doing this all wrong. Oh no. It's not the same as the aluminum. The refineries aren't feeding the smelters. The smelters are feeding the refineries. This is all backwards. I'm not gonna have a straight pipe because there's no way for me. These being flipped. Which a pipe doesn't have to be straight. That's fine. Wait until it gets here and they'll turn and go. Yeah, the refinery would be dangling off the edge of the building in order for that to be straight. The only way to make it straight would be if this were the refinery that was exporting water, which is not going to be a thing because you would have to cross this space. So there's a no-go space limits. For some reason, things see that I didn't hit. I didn't hit anything, and for some reason, it's starting to lock. See that I didn't hit the N key or nudge, but there's a secondary. There's a secondary key that's locking them into place. That's not honoring key bind. That's off there. That's right on the halfway mark. Halfway mark. That's good. So this will feed bauxite to there. And drone port 1 is, oh yeah, battery. Right, we had 2 of them on the battery place. We just placed them. I had no intention of ever using them. Oh. Why did you go to chat? Ah. Drop off. Shorten that name later. Not. Okay, so we need to flip all of these. Their placing is fine. Nothing wrong with them. Although now that we can't do that straight line, I'll probably nudge them over. Just they're not centered on the block. Which is not fine. It's annoying me. Why are you flipping while I'm doing snap to grid? And why did you not draw the entire blueprint? Definitely grab blueprint. Okay, now snap to grid isn't flipping around weird. What? Knock her head into the door. Hard to tell from that side because I couldn't see the ladder. Ladder is what I was using to measure where I was in relation to center line. Yeah, the ladder is one little segment off as well. Centered, very good. Okay. Need to turn around. Got that turn the beat around song stuck in my head. Which, for those who don't know, we have a Sea of Thieves, of course, I've mentioned, and we had that's always been a thing for me. Like that's whenever I turn around or tell myself turn something around in my head, that song always, and I always start singing things relevant to what I'm doing. Turn that machine around. It needs to go that way. Stupid stuff. My brain doesn't work right. And we were sailing, whatever, something, and I said something about we got to turn the boat around, and I think like two other people on the boat started singing that like simultaneously, turn the boat around. And I've never done that live. Like, no one knew that that was a thing that I do in my head. And I instantly knew that I was with the right crew. We carried on, and it was ridiculous. It's great when you find like-minded people who share your weird oddities, because we all have weird oddities. Hopefully, whatever that was connected to, hopefully that wasn't the source going to whatever the other thing was. Probably not. I think it's over there. All right. So this is the copper sheeting and ingots setup. Copy copper. Still paste on this because the game knows the difference between the different machines. Last thing that we had for a refinery was this one. Quite nicely. So that is floor 2 done for both buildings. So here's where we need to adjust, because originally it was different. I think we want to do building 1, 4, 3 the way we originally designed it, which was the containers for the nitrogen, aluminum. We'd have all the aluminum ingots coming out here and then going upstairs. Perfect. And it's not a lot. 3 constructors, 3 packagers. Tentatively, because we don't know where the centering's going to be. Like that's just... That's probably overly generous with this painting. Oh. The ingots will come up behind. And then we will have nitrogen coming in. Ignore this. This is no longer an active line. There's that. Oh, when I moved the building, there was a lot that came along with it. It took me a long time. Couldn't active. It's not. So we have no power. We had to rerun all of the exits railway. I'm not 100% happy with it. It's working. So now everything exits. And it's definitely a shorter exit. I don't know if it's technically shorter because the ramp isn't always as steep. Here we're on the 2x ramp, meter ramp. But now we're wrapping the building instead of wrapping canyon. It's going to turn and wrap around the building. So this is steeper, 4x. And so I'm happy with this. Like, one of my original vision of the building had a train wrapping around it. So that I am not unhappy with. The problem is that it's not as mathed out as to where it arrives above the mist as the previous one was. And so when we get far enough along and we're actually starting to get out of the canyon, it has to leave the building. I can't wrap it around the building again comfortably. It's already getting to the exit height, or this was the original. So I had to extend it, do a kind of weird turnaround here in order to actually meet the heights. And this is 4x all the way. Or 4 meter. If I went 2 meter, it would be a whole nother wrap around the building. And arguably I could convert it all to 2 meter and just loop around the building, which would be great visually. The problem is it would extend the route for the trains considerably, and that's not good for efficiency, not good for reliability, because we need to make sure the trains are getting, to and from at a reasonable clip to be able to drop off the materials that are needed and pick up material. Especially when we consider that we have a train that's going to be going across the entire map. So we can only get away with aesthetic to a certain degree to where it starts impacting the viability of the route. So ignore these colliding ramps because they're not a thing anymore. I just haven't cleaned them up yet. Okay. We need like this, but let's first just where are we gonna put the packagers? Oh, we can just around. We're making nitrogen bottles. Probably do it towards the outside so conveyors can go not at the middle. Something like this. I can get the blueprint version with the pre-connected pipes. Oh. Like that, but where do we see a whole floor and 3 instructors? And then pack all these guys in right tight. That's a perfect square, so even if we rotated them, it would still be the same packing. I'd rather leave this off. And I think we're going to share space. I should get the row. Do a 1.5. Packager here. Two over here. That way it doesn't look oddly compact compared to everything else. So these should be outputted out to this way. And they can send in the aluminum. It's the back of them. That'll work. I think it's bottles. Be packaged nitrogen. All that stat on. And wow. Need these at full. All the way back to the master. $180 output, yeah. Nitrogen going forwards. I guess the final product, right? Yes, so it is 1.8. So we need all three of these at full pace. The reason I didn't click to me, what's standing out to me right now, is that 3 of them at 240 is more than one. We're gonna have to get creative with our piping. We can't just bring like a Mark II pipe in and then split between machines. And any kind of weird sub-splitting, like, you know, if we did a Mark I and a Mark II and re-merged, I don't think we'll probably what we'll do is have one Mark I pipe going to here for that's 240, and then combine these as a Mark II. It just means we'll have one more pipe running than we expected. It's not a problem. Not expected. It means these will not be connected, which is fine because then now we don't have to run one across. We'll just have. I mean, I say we don't have one running across, but we don't know where the pipes are going to come up. We might run them side by side and then run one across. But this is going to allow the bottles to come in to the backside, and we'll have. This is the final product. Packaged nitrogen is not used until the final assemblies. That's a done deal. Aluminum, entire lifespan is now resolved. No other dependencies. I'm good with the floor layout. That works fine for me. We'll have rails look around here. First, I was watching maybe it was last week tonight with John Oliver. We're talking about the current state of the railroad industry, and they said that literally in their priorities, it's safety third. It's literally their third priority. Safety is not first. That's not good. I think let's see. We need to deal with Caterium. That's 12 smelters. So that's one whole floor. This partial floor is not going to be any good for it. You're going to at some point need 2 constructors for steel beams and 4 constructors for screws. Well, maybe we can use this space for that. Constructors. Initially I had steel products all in this building because this is the building we're building steel in. But again, we want to have excuses for stuff to be going back and forth. So maybe we do this. Can we comfortably fit 6 constructors and make it look all right? I don't think we. I mean, we can, but I don't. I mean, with the spacing we've been using, there's enough room to fit them side by side. Then we would be doing this because it's not 3 and 3, it's 4 and 2. Maybe something like that. Autosave, I can't for the last one. That is me. Quiet today. Hope everyone's having a good weekend. That was our awkward silence moment while waiting for the autosave to complete. Okay. If we do this, don't know where the caterium's. That's what, 50 or 2. per minute per machine. Right one. 60. $1,041 per minute. That is right. And there's going to be a lot of going back and changing percentages. A lot. Very few things are actually 100% for all machines. Basically, the refineries, I think, are pretty much the only thing that are 100%. You know, on the exact numbers. Always an extra machine somewhere that has to be down clock. Because these are a mix of the same machine. I want to do a quick visual on. I'm only going to have 30 per minute coming out. Not even 30 per minute, right? Because we're under clock. .025 per minute. Steel beams. That will. That's all Mark 1. There will be. Well. Because at 260 per minute, we're at 620, 520 for two of them combined. Can't do one Mark 5. So there will be a merger there and a merger there. I guess come down to where do we want to move. So I'm not going to bother putting the mergers yet because we don't know what direction we're going to send the final product. Probably want to like move them to the corner. Now the corner is going to be covered. We move these out. It's funny, with all the space that we have, we're feeling a little cramped. Yeah, well, Lord Fatty, welcome. Hello, welcome back. Hello again. Good, you could make it earlier in the stream this time, not when we're just wrapping up. That's floor 3 wrapped up for both buildings. No, I'm not wrapping up. I'm saying you got here before the wrap up. We got plenty of time now. But we got a lot to do. So, welcome. No, we've probably got another 2 or 3 hours of this to go. There's so much to do. And I want to get all the machines down today. Sure. Sure, what's your question? Go ahead and shoot. You're doing that. But we need to have... Looking at our flooring, we need to have a Caterium, a quick wire. We need 2 floors that are empty that we can dedicate to Caterium and quick wire. We need meaning both buildings side by side. We need an empty floor for steel pipes. That's 12 constructors. Now it would make sense to do that right here, but then we have half of the building. We have one building taken. We wouldn't be able to do quick wire. You have 1,268 Ficsit gift trees placed out. I mean, if you're looking for, you know, to maximize your returns for, I mean, obviously it's gonna all go into a sink, right? If you're done with the Fixmas event, and you no longer need the trees for production, then, I mean, I think I haven't seen the numbers, but probably your highest output is going to be, you know, the Christmas stars. You know, if you have the machineries together, I'd process them all the way up the tree, so to speak, and make Fixmas stars, and send them into a sink. We have a ridiculous amount of trees in our area as well. If it weren't all the way across the map, I'd run over there and show you. We have a giant Christmas tree lot. I'm very proud of. And since we did it last year, all this stuff's done anyway. So what I did this year was I expanded the storages for fireworks. So all my Christmas trees are still... Estimate on how many I have? No, I don't. It's a crazy amount. I don't think it's 1,200. I have... How do I do them? I don't have the materials on me to do. I can't build one. 15 gifts per minute. I have what a Mark 5 belt is 780 per minute, right? 780. I have 4 Mark 5 belts that are maxed out. Oh, there's no have trees. I'd have to go to the area. I feel like we have more than 200 trees. Right? I think that we have 4 Mark 5 belts maxed out, which is we built because you know the 4, maybe it's 5. Because we're talking about, you know, what are the base things that you need to make? You need to make the 2 colored ornaments that take gifts. There is 3 branches, garland or something like that. Not the wreath. Bows. I think I have one Mark 5 belt dedicated to each type of thing that takes gifts, and then I built the factory around that. If you're around later in the stream, I'll be going by that area because we're doing space elevator stuff there. And I need to stop by that area anyway. And I can show you it at that point. But not at the... but yeah, I mean, otherwise, I mean, you can send all of it into a sync. That's a crazy, crazy amount of gift trees. That's really a lot of gift trees. Sounds like you've reforested the entire map. It probably looks awesome. But that's it. That might be a little bit overkill on the production. And in order to turn all those into stars, that's gonna be a mega factory. Because our Santa's workshop is big. It's really big, and it's not, if it's only in the 200 to 300 range, then of the gift trees to build that big of a factory, then what you would have to build would be tremendous. It'd be impressive. Okay. So if we dedicate a floor here to steel pipes, what is the companion floor? Because we're running into upper tier products after this: stators, motors, rotors. Not high tier, but they're higher tier. Right now we've been doing the basic raw resources. Now we're fine making things. And what's the steel pipe going in? I'd prefer to do the steel pipe next, because we're already bringing the steel up here. Is the stator that's going to use steel pipe? It is. Unfortunately, the stator is also using the quick wire, so we need to make both. You know, I was thinking like we could do steel pipe and then one of the next tier items on the other side. If producing 19,000 gifts from it, yeah, that's a lot. Now, do keep in mind that when Fixmas is over, all those trees are going to shut off and they'll stop working. So it's not a, you know, if you're just farming tickets, that's going to stop being a thing. Probably like 3 weeks. I don't remember when they shut off. Yeah, all the Fixmas stuff will disable itself. Will get disabled when the event's over. So like if you want to store up things like, you know, if you're going to want to have access to things like fireworks, snowballs, after the event's over, you should be stocking up storages. Like you can still use fireworks and snowballs after the season's over, but you can't make new ones. Okay. Are we ready to make... Well, we know rotors require both the steel and the deuterium. Okay, we can't make the motors without the rotors, so we have to do the rotors first. So we need the stators need deuterium. Okay, we have two options. We do rotors, because that's the steel sheeting and the screws. Actually good, because screws right there, sheeting right there. So this floor should be our rotor floor. And then we can steel pipe on that floor. And then these two floors up here will be deuterium / quick wire, and then stators and motors, pressure cubes, and final product, turbo motors. Yeah, I think that's, yeah, this is gonna make sense. Works. Okay. So let's go rotor, copper rotor alternate. My building list. Now this is going to be a little... I originally had motors and rotors slotted for the same floor because they both take 6 machines, but they are 6 assemblers, not constructors. And I don't think we ever mapped out assemblers how we want to face them. Okay, that time I did hit the nudge key. I was hitting, trying to go for the key to shut off the HUD. Let's see what 6 looks like. Would say line them up to 6. That's 1 off. Couple. We could shift the whole thing over 1. I don't want to do this because conveying is cramped. We'll use that for an excuse not to put 6 on spot. Means we'll use 1 floor for 6. Okay, and then we'll have another floor dedicated to motors later. We're doing 3. There and then there. That'll work. This will be our Upper rotor, I said. Yeah, it'll work. This will work. And getting all these conveyors in the right place is going to be a lot more. And I think what we'll end up doing is going through and pre-conveying groups, and then figure out how we're going to get items to the floor. This is building. To that to somewhere else. Rotors, building 4, 4. So have you finished the Fixmas event? Do you have your gigantic tree fully unlocked? That's ultimately the goal of the seed. For 4 we said. And we'll do steel pipe. Now, I know we've done a steel product over here, but we're making steel in this building anyway, so it won't be a big deal. We'll probably have a lift coming up and split and go across and do steel beams, and then continue up for the steel piping. That will. That's 5. I need 6. We're doing 12 total. I don't like that. Oh, we might need to go with it. No, that's 5. Oh, good grief. Okay. I've gotten spoiled by having space. Now I don't want to pack things in. We've spent like 2 years building this factory, and everything is nice and efficiently packed in. And one time we built a building where we can space things out, and it's like, oh my goodness, it has to all be spaced out. I have to put. Oh, were these? This was for the space elevator area. Fashion one. Out of the way. I literally was able to build it faster than looking at the blueprint. Although, of course, the blueprint could have had the mergers and all that stuff. We don't know where everything's going to merge to, so. Or what direction we're going to go with it. These are going to be our steel pipes. Ah. By chance ended up where it originally was going to. All right, floor 4 done on both buildings. So, Ethereum and quick wire. Now we're producing pipe on the floor building. So I think we take the quick wire on this building and the Ethereum other. Originally I had, because it's going to take 15 constructors for a quick wire. And originally I had it earmarked to be across 2 floors because, you know, we have those half floors for the refineries. And so that was going to be, we were going to use one of those half floors for 3 of the overflow constructors to keep the 6 groupings. We don't have that more. So we're going to have to get a little creative. There's a big change in the way our original plan was. I was just saying, plans never survive the first day of battle, something like that. material on us for. That's gonna be. I mean, we have the supplies below us, but um, we've established the 6 row. We need to have a 7 and 8 row. Slide them all over one. Over to here, we can get an 8 row. Half over can do the 8 row first. Or there's no way we have symmetry unless we do 3 5s. Maybe like 3, 2, 3 and 2, 3 and 2. Maybe we won't explore the idea. But I don't think we're going to. Maybe starting to actually kind of starting to grow on me now. What direction? It doesn't matter. We don't know where the conveyors are going to come up. We could put Caterium. What doesn't matter. These are going to be the ingots. So smelters are over there, face that way, and they come sensitively. And there we are, atmosphere. Plummet into the void. Okay, for material prep. Got some room now in our inventory, so let's put this stuff up. F4. We need all of it. Stuff. I mean, we won't because we have regular stuff carrying in our inventory, but if we had all this in our inventory, we would be guaranteed to be able to place all the machines. come back when we need. So 7 and 8. I mean, kind of weirdly spaced, but not. I mean, they're still following the pattern. Maybe we could save some space by that down here, that into the middle, but then we just have an empty space up there. Or we can move that over to there and it's just got 2s. But I'm going to leave it there, but it's balancing. We'll just go with it. Old-fashioned quick wire. All of them. Perfect. Quick wire is done. Right. That was originally, that's where floor 6 originally would have been, before we expanded everything. Oh, I didn't want to copy, I wanted to paste. It really matters, but we had a nice format going. Twelve smelters. Number 5. There's no way of switching to another. It's always good every now and then to take a look at the dynamic hotkeys at the bottom. Sometimes they slip another function and you just don't realize it's there. I'm looking to see if there's a way of changing categories. I didn't think there was. Probably. I have them for foundries. So these are, I do a lot of this. Like when I use blueprints, I don't use very often. But when I do, the way I tend to do them is modular. So these are a pre-spacing for assemblers. Foundry inputs, I guess. we could actually use those. Well, we couldn't on these because we have a weird spacing for our foundries. But on standard factories, we have everything together like that. And so that's how I end up using it. Or 5. Perfect. It's copy. I cannot stress enough how nice it is to have a button on your mouse assigned copy and a button assigned to paste. Super nice. I would show you the mouse, but I have my to keep my mouse from going crazy all over the place. I actually have the cord tied around a little part of the desk. I have a pull-out tray. I don't use a mouse mat or a desk mat, gaming mat or whatever they call them. I still have a keyboard tray to pull out. And to keep the mouse from going anywhere in case it falls off the tray, I actually have just as soon as it exits the tray, it wraps around a little thing that's part of the desk, so it's anchored to the desk. I can't actually pick my mouse up. Look at the mouse I've got. It only moves a couple of inches before it backs into the runs out of cabling. Really keeps it from falling off if it ever falls off the tray. It also keeps the wire that's dangling, behind the tray from dangling down to where my feet are, so I don't get and pull it. Nice and clean. That is curium ingots done. We are down to stators and motors and the pressure conversion cube, which can be done anywhere, but going to be a floor dedicated to pressure conversion cube. So probably it's going to be motors and pressure conversion cubes across from each other. And stators 25 machines. Oh. Have I do wrong? Oh no, we're making stators in 2. Stators go into the motors and into the final product. So yes, we need 15 stator machines for the turbo motors. And I think we need 10 for motors. Math here. I mean, the math should already be done, but I'm verifying. I only did summaries for the raw materials. At 10 or at 15 stator assemblers, we're producing 120 stators per minute. For the motors, we need 60 per minute. Turbo motors, we need 60. I did transfer something incorrectly. On my proposed layout, the final step of the proposed layout. This is what I get from copying. Yeah, it looks like I had it right on all the other groupings, except for the final floor layout where I have a 10 and a 15. I might have copied over something. So, okay, clear that. We have one floor of assemblers for motors. Probably what I was doing, I didn't change the numbers, is that I was preparing to have 2 floors for stators because of 15 assemblers being large. Because we did, and then I just didn't change the number. Our assembler, right here's our assembler 4. It's 6 assemblers. But we're not doing 15 on one floor. It's not happening. No way. I mean, we could arguably justify 3 floors for stators. 3 floors of 5. We do 2 floors, 7 and an 8. Which obviously we can fit. There's dead space here. Fit 2 more assemblers than 1. It'd be a 5 and a. Or no, it'd be a 4 and a 3, right? Do on a given. Then a 4 and a 4. Do need another floor. That does run us to an odd number of floors. So if we said stator, motor, pressure cubes, we have another floor. That puts us up to floor 8, which we didn't plan on, which would be great, because if we have an excuse to go higher, we want higher. But that wasn't the original math. So we, those who weren't here at the beginning of the stream, we started stream late. I just said that there were problems. Partially technical and partially wasn't feeling well. So I have multiple containers of water sitting. They're all sweating. I just filled them full of ice that it would last this, unless I have ginger ale stomach. So with the revelation that we're going to go up to floor number 8. And we need 15 assemblers for stators. Do we push it and just do 5 per floor? 3 floors. Or do we do 2 floors and have 1 empty floor? Literally be probably this floor right here. Of course, we'll have to have a roof. Oh my goodness, don't tell me I'm gonna get hiccups. And it would be an observation floor. Or it would be I'm losing my orientation. Now that I have them all turned to face the right direction, no matter which one would be the observation floor. Welcome back, Lord Patty. Did he eat something? Yeah. Oh. I still need an observation floor, but if we did have one, it'd probably be this one because it'd be closest to waterfall. Also, assembler floors. Oh, changed the floor configuration. Originally, assembler floors were 6 high. That was not originally an assembler. The floor isn't as large as it's supposed to be. Fine. That almost invalidates our six tall floors now. These last 2 floors are 6 tall. Because they were assembler floor. I mean, if we want to stay consistent, size of the floor. I'm gonna have to. I've rebuilt these buildings so many times. So this is a taller floor, one we were just inspecting. It's actually starting. Kind of liked it. Order floor. Brought both of these floors down 1 level. That one down. That one down. Lose 2 wall heights on the total building height. But we're gaining a whole new floor because of the manufacturers for the turbo motors. we still have an overall gain in the height of the buildings. We would have one assembler floor that's still taller than all the other ones because that would be the motor floor or the pressure tube floor, whichever one we do last, opposite of turbo motors. Another thing is that I didn't think about this before. There's going to be, I'm going to try to work up an interesting exterior kind of pattern building, give it a structural look, a little bit artistic. And I have done no toying with it at all. And what I just realized is that floor is changing. Height being inconsistent. Pattern acted. So we're talking about something like doing some kind of external pattern. That might crisscross around the floors. And we'd have wrong height plate. I think I actually want it to be densely woven. Get out of the air before autosave. The point being is that if I'm going to do some kind of weaving exterior, that pattern is going to be offset by floors that are different heights. That's something I hadn't really considered. And I also can look into maybe it being a smaller pattern that doesn't care about the whole floor height, then like this, for example, is the whole wall height or floor height. But if never want to connect. I stop trying to snap to those. Now you want to, I want you to do that, but over here. So if we did a more aggressive weave, like that. I mean, obviously the spacing's off, but then the pattern would effectively be every 2 wall heights as opposed to every 4 or 5. And if that's true, then we can hide the change in height when we go, like right now we're going from, we're doing 5 highs and going to a 6. Bring these down to 5s and make that pattern. And when we go increase height, go from, instead of going from 5 to 6, we go 5 to 7. If the pattern's only 2 high, then it's just an extra copy of that pattern. So it would still all line up with, you know, top of floor, bottom of floor. The only problem is that if we're going with an even numbered pattern, most of our floors are 5 high. It means it doesn't work. Of course, there's nothing that says that we have to continue the pattern on the last floor. Change. The last floor, so if we bring everything down to 5, whatever pattern we come up with for the assemblers will work for everything. And then the last floor is the 6 or 7 for the full manufacturers. We'll just give it a new pattern. Or none at all, right? It's the final topping. Maybe we slope inwards or something. Then we don't have to worry about the ship. That's a decision to be made later, but it does bring us to an obvious, is that our 6 floors become 5s. All of our assembler floors will now be 5s, not 6s. Because that will make a consistent pattern for whatever exterior design that we settle on. I don't know that we'll actually do that design. It's a final element. But this means we do need to shrink these. Done. We signed it, right? Quick wire. Ingots. So it's either the 3 stator floors next or motors. I think we need stators for motors. Means stators would be master. Need stators for motors. Stators use the quick wire and the pipe. So floor 6. Five stators. Not sure what building we want to do. So we're going to have 3 floors of assemblers for stators. I don't know which building's going to absorb the last floor. Hyper efficiency. Saving characters. Looks like I already have a sign over here. Originally gonna be stators. Oh, we know. We'll do 5 per floor. How did I space them? Middle line, line. Okay. Oh, this guy. You know, once you get the hover pack, it's basically impossible to build anything ground level. It's just kind of funny because you go, you know, so early, you know, throughout the early game, and you're doing everything from ground perspective, and it's not a problem. The moment you get the hover pack, you completely lose the ability to place anything from ground level. Can't have the ladder perfectly on the midpoint. The ladder doesn't go perfect on the midpoint. Neither does the little bump. You can't actually center this building. Same goes for the front. You see the corner is not right up on the edge like it is over here. So I always go forward 1 because we need more space for the conveyors in the back. The 1 conveyor coming out the front. Okay, that is down 1. Figure out which building is going to have the last stators. I don't think it's going to matter from a conveyor standpoint because we're going to have conveyors for the materials going to both buildings anyway. So I think we... building do I want the final turbo motor? It was always going to be number 1, but number 1 was off to this side. It was closer to over here. think I'm gonna put them here because it's gonna be a better view on. Oh, that's not active. That's not active. That's not active. Woo! Woo! Those are not active lines anymore. I can't draw power from them. Hey there, Matthew. Lurking in the dark there. I had to do a death-defying feat to bring you out of the woodwork. How you doing? Yeah, that was a close one. I jumped and realized, like, wait a minute, that line isn't connected. There's no power on it. Oh man, that was silly. Yeah, I gotta decide which building I want the final or manufacturers to. I mean, like mentally, I keep this is building 1 to me. It feels like that's where it belongs. There's gonna be more riding over around this way. Yeah, we'll stick with building 1 for the manufacturers. Yeah, so that means the second stator floor is over there. Motors are over there. Pressure cubes are over there. And servo motors. Hey, you've been lurking. It's good to hear from you again. I like to see familiar faces. Project has been a doozy. I mean, it's obviously, I think you were around, right, for the Power of Power. This is not nearly as grand some of the stuff we've done in the past, but it's still been a lot of work, largely from a design standpoint. And I'm enjoying it. Happy with what's coming out of it. But we need to move these floors down because we're ready to move on to the next floor. Building 2 is going to be the second stator floor. Right now the floors are not where they're supposed to be. Shrinking the. So you get to see what I've spent hours doing, which is deleting floors over and over again. I've moved these entire buildings twice. I've built them 3 times. Oh, and I just right-clicked on accident. That was which. How much? Let's see. Oh, I was drawing power from that light. Don't want to draw power up here yet because the floor is going to go away. won't be at the height that the car was at. So this is 11. 9. So many times I all the numbers in my head. 8. And run power before again. Nine again. Ported that other one. Allows us to cross. Gotten real efficient at building the floors, but there's just no quick way of deleting them. Power. Bar. Let's just I always want to edit this area manually, directly. Back in early access, we didn't actually have signs. The only way you could kind of do a sign was to place a beacon and label the beacon. Because if you got real close to the beacon, like right up to it, it would show the name of the beacon. So typically you'd use it in places like hypertube hubs. We have multiple routes going to different places. So stuck a beacon like basically right into the wall, right next to each one of them. Get up about like this close to it to show the name over it. Get right up on it. Rest of the floor. Down. Then we'll add a new floor on top of them. Still gaining on height. We are well on. Right. Faders. Where's here? Fly faster. Okay. Fader's done. Motors will be next. 6 more assemblers. Know that pattern already. Again. First time, every time. Okay, that is. Motor. And I mean, obviously we don't necessarily need the signs. We already have them here, but it's easier for us to fly by and go, okay, that's what's on this floor without having to check all of them. And if we need to move them, find or what they should be. Overall, it's a good idea. I think we picked all of our signs up back when we did the Tower of Power. Or then I will keep them. The old top floor. Actually, this was the old roof. Those were the old top floor. And projects like this make me want to install decorative mods. Because I'd like to make a viewing platform up here with trees, like potted plants and chairs and benches and stuff like that. It's something that I'm looking forward to on the next series. It's highly likely that I will be doing another Satisfactory series. Virtually guaranteed. I love this game so much. Nowhere near the future. But I want the next one to be modded. 8, I know before we did 9. This is my tutorial series. To show people that no matter how complex a game gets and how overwhelming it can be, that this is showing you that the everyman can do it. Because a lot of times YouTubers make inaccessible things, make accessible things look like they're inaccessible. Because they go ridiculously overboard. And they're, you know, not criticism, but I don't want to do that. However, finish this series, I will have officially done my tutorial. My vanilla, this is how you can do it. Everyone comes back and it gets overwhelmed, says, "That's just too much." Like, go back and watch Pixel Perfect Season 1. Free to explore a lot of the mods, as well as some of the non-essential mods, you know, ones that don't really change the game, things like decorative mods. Really wanted. I haven't heard from our friend of the channel, Lady Hawk Gaming, quite some time. Seen her produce any videos in a while. I think she started a new series and then took time off from it. But you know, in watching her previous series, she uses decorative mods, quite good effect, and I've always been a little envious. You know, making little arboretums, stuff like that. You know, just I'm a Minecrafter, and so I'm used to being able to make rooms that look livable. Even though, you know, base Minecraft doesn't have things like functional chairs and stuff, there's a lot of stuff you can do with the blocks to make things seem like things they aren't. You know, using stairs for a seat, stuff like that, and fence posts and a half slab for a table or something like that, you know. Smaller scale stuff. Everything here is so large that like you can't make a table out of a 1 meter block. I mean, it'd be a pretty big table. You have to do something like, why are you not selecting the key? Trying to, none of my hotkeys are working. I'm trying to get the items off the hotbar, and they're now not. None of my number keys are working. I've used them before. Okay, well, clearly we're running into a bug of some sort. Fortunately, we don't have to use the hotbar. Just being silly here. Oh, getting... Like this would be the equivalent of Minecraft. This is why you can't do decorative out of this. There's our table! One big old table. That's something you would do in Minecraft. I miss being able to really do decorative stuff, even with the base block. It's just because this game doesn't lend itself to it because things are on a larger scale. I mean, like we have shelving that we've pulled off in the house, and little cutesy stuff like that, but really make a room come alive. All those small blocks that exist in Minecraft. And so I definitely look forward in a future series to doing decorative blocks. So fluoride's going to be our pressure cubes. And our turbo motors. Eight. We'll block in between those two. I mean, so close but not, right? Because, I mean, the amount of conveying that we're going to have to do. It's kind of insane. Four manufacturers, and we do not have the material. We're going to need cable and for heavy module frame. And the button's working now. Now that I don't want them, the buildings work. The buttons work. Always using efficiency and time, right? And the time it's going to take to fall, I can play with buttons. All right. Center on that line. Forward. Probably. I don't think we're going to center it because, again, a lot of space required for conveying. I'm going to move. I think it's the farthest forward I can go without it getting onto the glass. Tentatively, we're going to save that. There it is. All machines placed. Oh, bask in it. Okay. We need a couple of lines. Yeah, basking over. Back to work. Felt pretty good to stretch, no lie. Audio. When for a second there, I didn't hear the audio passing through. All we got to do now is all of the cable bearing logistics. So the next thing is going to be to design or decide on which floors, which stations are going to receive what materials. This was pressure key. Conversion key. So we'll start with the raw resource. And, look at what floors did we do what things on and start parsing out the stations. There'll be one exception. Calls for a little bit more glare. It's the final floor, right? Something out of it. Better. Final machine. We're going to look at what floors or what buildings are doing what. But like I said, there's going to be an exception. The exception is going to be the pressure conversion cubes. In fact, it's good that we put it in building 2. The materials for that is going to be station 5. And now that I think about it, it doesn't matter. So originally it was going to be station 3 on our old setup because station 3 had the quickest route out of the whole complex. Shortest route out. And roughly the same route coming in. But now it doesn't matter. Because last one in, first one out. Because of the new flow. The reason we were giving priority treatment to the pressure cubes is because they have to go across the entire map. They have to go all the way home and pick up fuse modular frames and radio controlled units and bring them all the way back here. And of course drop off turbo motors once they're at home. Originally it was going to be the closest one, but exiting is not going to matter now because all of them, it's all equal distance. Building 2, iron building. Oh, yeah, that's important. That was just, I needed inventory space when I was moving buildings. Jumped off on essentially. Actually, not sure what the giant info screen is. What is it? Base game thing or part of a mod? Oh, it's probably part of the container mod. It is. Oh. That's for if you didn't want to use the... Why isn't there... So normally there are signs on there by default. And that's... They added at some point the ability for you to put it wherever you want instead of just the ones that are on by default. Okay. That might be a little excessive. Oh, we can't hang it down? Oh, that's the farthest you can go? I am disappointed in you. I can hang one on it. Building 2. Needs iron. Copper. The raw stuff, right? This is what's gonna be imported. Iron, copper needs to come over here. Irium melted in this building. Modular frames. RCU, radio control. They go upstairs to the pressure conversion queue. We can do... we do all of the coal on the other building 1 because of steel ingots and aluminum are done over there. I think you'll see oversight. Unnecessarily oversight. You know what? Helping us stay organized. Building 1 over there, didn't I? The right building number? I didn't need to actually go over there and check that because I was going to... Coal, water, nitrogen. let's see. Um, Water and nitrogen come in on one alone. Coal, coal and deuterium come in together, so I think that means we put that in the middle because they need to go either direction based on the groupings of where we have them on the map. Iron and copper come in together. Fuse modular frames, RCUs come together. So this is actually our 1-3 usage building because this is going to be the one that exports. What? There at the time, buddy. All right. Iron. No. Water and deuterium are their own trains. Or water and nitrogen are their own standalone trains. Right, so it's coal and deuterium that are combined. Okay, okay, never mind. Deuterium's gonna go left. Tentatively, let's say water here. Perfect. And again, our output will be here as well. And we have our transfer floor, so you can intermingle, move things around as much as we need to. I haven't looked at our power in a long. Production 106 gigawatts. Max consumption is 46 gigawatts. Okay, we got plenty. Capacity is lined way up here. Not that I thought we were close, but just, realized I hadn't looked at it in a long time. I mean, eventually we're going to do nuclear just because it's part of the series. We will never need the nuclear power. the tower of power was 85 gigawatts on its own. That one plant probably could run the entire factory when it's done. So we start grouping. How's that? Connecting them together? Input gonna be oh, I try to delete. And vertical mode did it? Yeah, it did. Pretty sneaky. Fooling me. Just want to space these out now that I've seen other things. We do half. No. One. Half. A half? Actually, yes, it can. Is it an improvement or not? It's this awfully close to the edge. Oh no, that's 2. Where's your gap? Not gonna do it. Although we kind of can do it. Because the edges don't matter. A little bit better. A little less wasted space on the edges. Looks a little. Gonna function the same either way. So I think the next thing we need is to know where we already have our stations established. We need to know what order they're in. So let's take a look at do a grand tour here. We forgot batteries. Batteries. Final, right? What are batteries part of? Oh, they're not part of anything. They're fuel for the drones. Okay. Oh, getting in and out of it broke my cover pack again. If I jumped over the edge, that would have been all over with. Oh, I think batteries on the middle. No, they come in with nitrogen. No, no, no. Maybe water. Batteries come in with iron and copper. Okay. They'll be train number 3 with iron and copper. Or freight car number 3. Good, because we have the most room on the sign. What? Why is it doing this again? Already in here typing, and then it takes the T. Stop that. Flash. Oh, it's. Why is it back? Something is. It doesn't like my right shift key. Toggling a mode. Yeah, it's toggling some kind of. Why are you doing this? And then we're gonna save it. And pressing the A key. A. No, A does not delete. What the world is going on? What? Battery. Something's going. Hopefully, after the next load of the game, that will not. Yes. Type battery here, right? No. What is going? Something is toggled. I like. Okay, I can use the buttons. Something has gone really weird. Great. Now, what was that? The RCUs, and I can't even type them now. Like, yeah, something has gone completely apey, where keys are doing hotkey stuff instead of typing. Let me press everything on my keyboard, see if something's been toggled weird. Okay. I pressed everything on the keyboard and something works now. Weird tech stuff. Now back to what I was. And the batteries aren't assigned to a specific building. It doesn't matter which way they go up because the drone station's in the middle. So we have need to check the orientation of the battery of the copper and iron, coal and deuterium. They're probably in the order that I typed them in the name because I'm good about stuff like that. We don't have an orientation yet for the RCUs and the these modular frames because that station doesn't even exist yet. But in order for us to assign stations here, start connecting conveyors, we need to know what's going to be on those stations. Actually, my first time, I think, writing the new rail out. I still have the hypertube. Even though it no longer connects with the building, it's a little bit more dangerous than it was previously. I'll have to admit, this is cool. I didn't like the way I had to meld this, but the approach up over the waterfall like this, pretty nice. Weird because the whole building is catty corner now, so it's no longer part of the grid. And as we know, the entire factory is literally on the grid, connected by the foundations that make up all of the rail lines. There's the batteries. You already know that that is going to be number 3. We don't have to worry about that. Copper than iron. We color-coded the stations. Matches the sign, yes? It does. Note. I think this is going to be the deuterium. Is holes coming from the other side. dirty coal. Thing is clean coal. There's a yellowish color. Alright, that isn't what I wanted. Back to where we just came from. And we get to ride the spiral down. I don't know that I'm going to tackle all the logistics of the conveyors tonight. It's going to be a lot of organization. A lot of, honestly, petty moving things around. You know, like, what over with it? That could be what over. Maybe that could be. Once I start establishing where they're going to go, and that's not going to make for interesting content. Not even close. So I don't think we'll be doing that tonight. I want to get these stations organized. Probably hit the space elevator. Yeah. Down here. I could build a new train, but the train has a purpose. It could be doing some stuff for us while we're doing this. All right. Copper first, then iron. So both are over here. Up. I do have to bring them up to the. We'll alternate them. That last one will be batteries. They would come up. I mean, they're essentially going to the same place. Oh, like the copper could come up. Still operate. That rubber can come up and go straight across, while the iron can come up the other side. This gives us a little bit more room of not having our conveyors be too dense. Subject to changes, all things. We're changing these colors. Where is our color? Right here. Well, that's definitely going to be inwards. Okay. Because coal needs to be in that building. Here I am. Ran out of material. I don't know that I have the materials necessarily for all the stations. I don't think we calculated that in. But I don't think I want stations to be butting up against each other because of the size of the conveyor lifts. They wouldn't really run into each other, but it makes it definitely makes it more challenging to get through here if I have them side by side. Bring a right here. Oh wait, that's the first time I've actually looked at this. There's no way the express is already here. Long way to go. Oh, we painted that. We copper. And a color. That copper green when it comes out of the ground. Not iron, right? It's copper. Now I have to. Secondary color is supposed to be in the background. Iron. Now I do hear the train. Okay. Wait a minute, I thought I sent it to that station. And it immediately broke my. Oh, we already had car. I didn't think I had a freight car on the back of it. I didn't need to send it here. Sorry. I'm gonna have this go to batteries right. And pick up the batteries that we set aside for base elevator. Go to dunes right and drop them off. Anything else it can pick up there, but debating whether or not I want to add the other stations to it as well. The other pickups from home, we're going to be there anyway, our train. And if I leave this thing bouncing back and forth, it's just going to get stuck behind our train at some point and block up the entire everything. And that would be bad. Okay, that's continuum. Deal for the iron. Batteries, we did like a blue and a red for the positive, negative terminals. Batteries. Those are established. This is station number 4. Another number anymore, but it's still building 1 has station 1. It's the order they arrive in. Three coal. Oh, coal and Katir. I should. Water and nitrogen gas. So should I check while we're out? I think the water bottles go into the front of the train, and then the full water, and then the empty bottles exit through the back of the secondary. We're going to go with that assumption for now. Brave. Empty bottles. Weighted balloon. The nitrogen gas. First 2. Running out of materials. facing this way so they don't run into each other. Boom. Perfectly. Problems there. Could flip the iron if I need. And we're not going to have the materials to make both of these stations. We don't actually know what's going to be in which. And I think it's going to be arbitrary. We have enough resources for 2 of them, but not the third one, which would be the outgoing turbo motors. Oh no, never mind. We're picking it because when we delete the other one, it's giving us the enough to make the next one. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so we know this is going to be turbo motors. And go black and yellow for those. We did yellow and black, or flip them. And fuse module frames, I think, are orange and green. And again, those are subject to change when we determine where the actual source is going to be. You know, it'll probably come down to where the storages are in relation to, you know, the one that's closer to the front will probably become station number 1. You know, between frames and radio control units. But that's all the stations established. Beautiful. We're all set up now. All of them should be unload except for one. To be the turbo motors going out. Everything else. Funny to think about the amount of material that we're bringing in, you know, my amount of different goods for it to all be consumed and only one go out. But that was the point, the design of this facility all along was bring in any base materials we can and just do it all in-house. I always wanted to do with this project. This project has been on my plate, or on my radar for probably the past year. I've known about this for a very long time. Loading the flip, please. I mean, this came down to it came down to it being turbo motors or I don't remember what else the other thing was. It might have been the pressure cube, but I don't think it might have been. I'd have to look at the the tiers of the unlocked tier. What is we have left? But the pressure cubes are several other steps, all of which we're doing in our manufacturing district at home. I've done that here. I think it's it. I think we've done everything we can here for now. No, it's just at this point it's running conveyors. And I'm just not inclined to start that right now. That's a multi-hour endeavor. So I think I'm going to leave that for later. The facilities, all the the meat of the facility is done. Connecting everything and setting trains and drones. Then, of course, scanning the exterior of the building, running all the power lines, installing all the lights, which is going to take forever because lights are a pain to set up. It'll be less of a pain now that we have the nudge, the ability to lock it into place and nudge. It's going to massively improve that experience. It's still going to be a pain because it's kind of hard to look up in the alignment of it, but that's the thing. And we have to add the last floor later. Just the roof. Well, we can tackle that when it comes down to the exterior cosmetics for how we're going to pattern it. I'm just going to work on that pattern. And I have to clean up a bunch of like the old rails as well that are still passing through the building. So I do have a thing that showed that I discovered in last episode. So I could show you the build. I prefer to leave the fog turned on, but we can actually look at the scale of it. The fog turned off. It's almost a little bit more menacing because now we can see the true void. The old. That's the new ramp. There's the old ramp. That all needs to be cleaned up. You can see there's the old tube way down, and we had stations right there. The original buildings were right there and right here, and spinning them really changed their setting in the pocket. So a lot had to be adjusted, especially again the ramps going out. The ramps going in, I just melted it. I didn't change it at all. Doesn't look quite as good as it did originally because it kind of came out pretty close to the entrance of all of the stations before, and now it's just kind of dangling out there. But that's okay. No, it's all in the anyway. And this took a lot of. I spent a lot of time getting this turned to kind of meld. You can see where it's off by a couple of pixels. Okay. All working. Great. Everything is signaled. There will be some signaling that I'm going to need to add to the route out so that it's not one big segment. That way more than one train could be on its way out. So I'll need to go through and kind of try to segment this up. Going up. Try to get them just relatively similar lengths. I mean, it might just leave it as our front is a length thing. Because the shortest length will be the determiner of how far trains are apart before they all continue to move. Because if you run into a shorter length down the line, the trains that are following behind it are going to get to that before the other one, or longer length further down the line. Time it'll take for the front train to cross the longer expanse will cause the other ones to get to the front, to the back of it first, and then stop, and then it will cause a chain stopping. So you want all the expanses to be as close as you can to the same length. I'm not going to press it too much, but it'll probably be roughly the length of the front of the building. I'll play with it. It's going to come down to, once the trains are running, I can start seeing what their throughput is, whether or not they're arriving fast enough. You know, like the train that's going to bring the RCUs and the fuse modular frames that have to go all the way across the map, we may not be able to deliver them fast enough with one train. It's possible we'll have to have 2 trains running that route. Which isn't a big deal. It's one of the great things about rail networks versus the conveyors. If you're doing conveyors for a long range, you get to a max speed effectively, without having to run all new sets of conveyors, and that can really get problemsome or troublesome, problematic. That's the word I was looking for. Over extended distances. Whereas with train stations, just add another train. If not enough throughput's getting through fast enough, assuming that enough is arriving at the front station, have enough material being constructed for what you need at the destination, then the transport speed isn't limited by the one rail, whereas they are with the conveyor. You just run a second train along the same line. Hey there, Lord Fatty. Did I ever go to fix this? No, we're just about to. We're going to stop by home and pick up some material along the way. And then we're going to go to the Christmas area. Because I need to check on the space elevator stuff. So we need home left. Right. I think we're done with turbo motors for tonight. Tremendous progress. We're gonna do a little bit of space elevator stuff. We'll get the view of what. Yeah, this is so much better. Time spent turning those buildings, definitely worth it. Absolutely, definitely worth it. This is gonna be a bit of a ride. Across the entire map. I do like this section. And I'm glad to have something else for trains to come down here for. This length of track doesn't see a lot of use. And this is the route that the train that's taking Zero's back and picking up the stuff for the cube will take. Literally that station to the station we're going to. That's our original turbo motor or turbo fuel power plant. I think that's producing in the neighborhood of 30 to 35 gigawatts. I'm gonna ride just through the facility and right back out. Train going there to pick up plastic, I believe. I love this, the way this came out, because I wanted to put the train in the middle of the facility. Of course, back then we didn't have headlights on our trains, so this was a lot more cool with the, it being dark and with the red lights in here. Fortunately, I saw that train coming. Get out. I want to park it. The station is not long enough for that train because this train didn't exist at the time that we built this. Our turbo fuel plant. It's also our plastic and rubber plant. Actually, I do need to come through here soon because I need heavy oil residue to make smokeless powder so I can replenish my explosive rebar stocks. That's right there. My one little side machine, packager machine. Make these. I need to get a stock of them and take them back home. I think I'll do off camera, just to get some explosive rebar since we're out of them. Put back into the tunnels on the way out. It was the sneaky way of getting into the middle of the facility without having to run rails through the whole thing. It was all wrapped in machines. That's our summer home that I did as a one-off gag. Meant to look like our actual house. That was fun. I'm doing a complete base tour. Oh look, they put a beehive on that spine. That didn't used to be there. We're gonna go pick up a big old load of rubber and steel beams that are destined for the space elevator. And I think I'm going to... Where is the... restroom? Express, wrong express. No, not Spire Express. How many trains did I put the word express on? There it is. Space elevator special. I'm gonna let, after it leaves the dunes, I'm gonna override it right now because I don't want to have to time it. So we have a train mod, train management mod. And this way we can stop it before it docks. Left. Oh, I had it on dunes right all this time. It was never dropping off material. Oh, dunes left is where the... It's been bouncing back and forth with batteries all this time. Oh, no. Yeah. I had it on dunes right. Oh, well. So it hasn't been delivering the batteries all this time. It's just been going to the battery location and coming back. Okay. Dunes right. Battery right. We'll let it run. Now that I know it hasn't been delivering the materials, I'm going to let it do another cycle. And our frame rate's just going to go through the floor in this area. I haven't been able to figure out what with update 8 has messed up our frame rate in this area. I reduced the foliage, you know, the detail for the foliage and stuff like that, and I didn't, I mean, it helped a tiny bit, but not much. Like, all the rest of the map runs just fine, at least everywhere I've been since then. It's just home. And I don't think that it's more machine, I mean, it's a little bit more machine dense than any other location. But not significantly. It does, however, have the warehouse. The warehouse has a bajillion conveyors coming in. That might be the problem. That it's managing all the conveyors and all the stuff that's on the conveyors. That's a lot of items for it to draw. Battery right. All backwards. Left. Yeah, it's mostly still rubber. That's fine. We got a lot of rubber to move. And then, of course, the steel beams are now coming up from the warehouse. Oh, goodness. I just remembered something else. So... No. Yes, I'm being dumb. this one. First fix. I made stacking errors. Base elevator special. All this. Go to dunes right, park. Left and park. I'm gonna look at this a little bit wrong. Right. I've made multiple mistakes. If I'm correct, and I know that I am in this case. When we called the space elevator train to us, so we could start it on the battery bounce back and forth. We checked to make sure there was a train car in slot 3. That's the wrong slot. There is a station full of batteries on slot 3, but that's the actual battery station. That's not the batteries that are set aside for the space elevator. Furthermore, station 3 here is not set up for an unload. So the train should be bouncing back and forth with a set of batteries that don't belong on it because we took them from a station, from a container that we didn't want to take them from. And it's never dropped anything off. And even if it did drop it off, even if we had this set to load or unload, they're not part of the predefined numbers. So this station right here would be full of batteries. Not going to be because the back two are the ones that have all the slots for all the materials. So the train's going to arrive, and it's going to have its third car is going to be full of batteries that frankly need to be returned to the battery location. Dumb. I think it was originally sending it to the wrong station, and it was loading the wrong. Oh man, everything was wrong. Okay, we'll mess with this. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We dropped off the material that we had at home, so that's good. Fatty, I hope you're still around. This is the Fixmas area. Now, all of this needs to be cleaned up. All garbage. It was all rocket production, fireworks production, last year. Because by the time we got to the stage of making fireworks, we didn't have enough time to make the fireworks before the event was going to end. So I massively ramped up. Temporary production of fireworks just to get one container full of each. All this needs to be cleaned up. This is ignoring all this stuff. This is Santa's workshop, which is also a functional factory. See that, like the elves are making the toys and stuff like that, so you can see them moving around the factory. And we have a little winter wonderland, little area to explore next to it. Because ostensibly this is supposed to be, this would be around the factory, the Santa's workshop. So, if we were out in the Arctic, then they just have some nice areas to run around. Ignore this. This is temporary for this year because I'm letting the machines run since it's a new year to get more fireworks. So this is temporary holding because all the manufacturing is inside the building and I want to get them out of the building. So they're literally just running out as it's only one, it's like one constructor or one assembler and that's it. There it goes, one. They're being made as slowly as absolutely humanly possible. And I don't care if this because I know they're just gonna be running in the background. I'm completely have no expectations on it. It's just like machines are active. Let's just have them doing something. And these are supposed to be no hills, no banks. But this is well, we'll go into the factory in a moment. You were asking earlier about my trees. That's my tree farm over there. That supplies the entire factory. But it's also for viewers who have lived in a winter area. Like I grew up in the Midwest of the United States, so we had heavy winters every year, and you had Christmas tree lots that you could visit and pick out your Christmas tree. And so that's what this is. So this is a Christmas tree lot. It's also functional, so I run gifts out underneath. But the idea is that you can drive around and pick out a Christmas tree house. So this whole thing's meant to be viewed. Like all the browns, the muddy tracks from driving around, and there are open spaces where someone has bought a tree. So there would have been a tree there. Now it's just white because the tree's no longer blocking the snow. And you can see that there's, this is where all the gifts are being exported because it's a functional, not just a viewing place, it's actually functional. And, occasionally there's a snowman that's been built in an open area, somewhere where trees have been taken. But by the math, the rows are identical. The openings are offset so that it doesn't look like it's all the same. But these come out to exactly 4 Mark V belts worth of gifts. And the carts, you can see there's a symbol on there to indicate the direction of the cart. If you go the wrong way, the snowman won't be facing the right direction. Like the snowman's facing the direction that you're going to, because the employees, they know the direction that the cart's supposed to be driving through. And there are or have been, at least traditionally, Christmas tree lots like this where you can just drive your car through and then probably back in the days of station wagons, but and go, okay, I want that one, and it'll just put it right on your car and just drive on out. And then the edging here is to cover up the fact that this is the end, that we're not actually in a winter wonderland, we're actually in a desert. So the hills there are supposed to be snow hills, just to block off the view, to maintain the immersion. Yeah, there's no need for power here, but it's Christmas lights, and just to maintain it. Probably should put hills on this side too, so you don't see the. But yeah, I was real pleased with this. I love the way it came out. It's the exact number of trees I needed by the math to do stuff. I mean, to do 4 belts, and then I crafted the math for the rest of the factory around 4 belts worth of input. Drive out. See, all the belts merge. They don't merge, but they come together to go on the side of the factory. And these are all for show. These are not part of anything. It's just supposed to look like, you know, it's just adding an animation to Santa's workshop. Also, if there's red lights there, so if it's nighttime, it's supposed to look like there's, you know, like a glowing fire in the, you know, upstairs in the fireplace. And this was always meant to be like the runway for the sled, Santa's sled. This is why there's two gigantic doors there. After he's loaded up with all his presents, he'd fly out like that, and then reindeers would take him away. But yeah, this is a massive factory. I get lost in it. It's so large and so compact. Go to the inputs. Got to wait for the autosave. And my next episode will probably be a base tour of this, kind of a revamp. So I don't know if my next episode will be turbo motor focused, or if it'll just be a you know, space elevator slash Xmas. So the products that you see out front moving across the belts, what I've done is these are just storages, just enough to be on the belts, and I use a splitter to split it 3 ways, and it literally just circles right back around into the container. But that's what spaces them out on the belt, so the belt isn't all crammed up. That's what I've done for all the different products that I wanted to display outside. Behind the scenes, it's all hidden in these walls that no one's supposed to give maintenance access, but that's it. No one's supposed to be in there. If we go downstairs, still, this is kind of behind the scenes as well. This is where, of course, all the packages are coming in and the buffers for them. Two for each side of the factory. On the ground floor, of course, we're going to be doing things like, you know, the red ornaments are produced down here. Go up different places. Gifts pass through and then they go upstairs also. Like some of them go forward. No, this is where, okay, so some more of the red ornaments are going forward. It's all backed up at the moment because we're only doing a little bit of manufacturing of rockets, fireworks. Here we have the copper and the iron coming in to make the multi-bundle. Blue over here. We have blue and red on one side, red on one side. They go upstairs. It's so easy to get lost in here because it's so compact. There are proper ways of doing this, but since I can fly, I'm going to stick with that. The blue come up. Some of the blue come up here to be converted. Nope, no, it's more blue. More blue being made up here. Probably true for the red. Yeah, the red's on the first and second floor. I go downstairs for part of the bundle. Yeah, it's all packed in. It's just super packed in. So over here, we're making candy canes. Making the branches. Literally as compact as I can get this. Second floor. Here's one of our firework manufacturing, which looks like it has filled up. No, it's just slow. It's just slow. I mean, if I cared about the production rate, I'd throw, you know, overclocking in there. It doesn't matter. I'm never going to set off thousands of these. You have to do them one at a time. It's a real pain. And as you can see, this wasn't, the fireworks wasn't part of the original design of the factory. So that's why you have this weird routing coming in here. But I have a buffer of everything, or at least a storage of everything. So this is where the hidden storage is for all these things. Yeah, so here we're making our copper. So the the red comes through. Makes the copper ornaments, and over there we have the iron ornaments, and all merges together. Make the bundles. Here. Everything's color coded. And it all makes its way upstairs. We have candy canes, which are running underneath over there. Branches and the bundles come together to make the wreaths. It's all under the roof for the. I wanted Santa's workshop to look kind of like a winter cabin. I mean, here's where the candy canes come up and merge with the decorations to make the final star. The entire factory. If I want the whole factory to be running, I could start dumping stars. I have a storage of everything, even though I have no use for them. And this is maintenance for the fireplace. This was a pain to get to work. They needed to get lighting where, from the angle down at the bottom, I don't want you to be able to see the light, the actual ceiling light. And I had to kind of finagle getting the wall in to where it would shine against it, so it looks like firelight kind of coming up onto the wall. That's actually took quite a bit. That's it. The grand tour. Individual pillar segments, so you can paint them like candy canes. I discovered that I couldn't put wreaths on here. Wreaths won't go on pillars. Originally it was going to be alternating. That's why it's only candy canes on all of them. I considered doing this in concrete because you can get more white. A little bit more detail in the concrete, and I wanted to kind of be generic. Plus, I wanted the shininess because snow and ice get the kind of reflective qualities. So it's not as white as I would like for it to be, but it is what it is. I mean, I could go through and start dumping actual snow, but there's a point where you have to kind of consider the item count that's in an area. The game can only have so many items and stuff like that, and you start having frame loss, and it probably wouldn't be a problem, but when we're talking about a global factory, and this is just something out in the corner that you never go out and see. I didn't want to dump a bunch of stuff around here. Yeah, we have a nice gentle sloping roof for the peak and everything like that. I I love this. I love this project. I love the way it came out. All the bright colors and things. I love it. This is one of my favorite things that I've done at this. But I'll probably do a similar tour to what I just did in next episode for people who don't watch the live streams, who are weren't with the channel back when we did this area. Plus, I'm gonna get through here and just clean all of this up. Probably put some more foundations out just to hide the desert a little bit. Okay, why has the train not come back? The other train should be here by now. Oh no. Oh, that's bad. It probably tried to turn around and cause the congestion. The gridlock. We need to get there fast because there are parts of the factory that, if that stops running, causes irreparable harm. Or we go with an empty train that we can delete. It probably, because I turned it off when I was changing the route, I probably parked it in a place that caused what could otherwise not be a congestion. This can cause real problems. Trains aren't running. Largely because, well, there's two reasons. First of all, the turbo fuel facility could go offline. It gets it's acted cold. Although that probably wouldn't happen from this side. That has a trickle-down effect of plastic and rubber not being produced. Power is no longer an issue because we have the power. But the aluminum backup, and that's real bad because there's gonna be a wreck. There's no way we're gonna stop in time. Coming in hot. Because we use a shared output, it's always a no-no. Yeah, this is sick. Why are you off? Oh, I double clicked it before and I didn't turn it back on. That's what congested the whole thing. No, don't hit, don't hit, don't hit. You're gonna hit. Oh, I just bumped into it. I don't know why this train is here. Oh, it's on its way home. Okay. That should fix everything. So there is a really bad no-no that we have done, which is in the Illuminati facility, because of space concerns and the way that the aluminum is produced. The use one output station for both aluminum casing and aluminum sheeting, and they go to two different places. So if it doesn't get regularly emptied, it can get unbalanced. I don't know what's stopping that train. That's the problem. That's keeping this train from moving. It can get unbalanced, and then a location that would use that material it's drained, and then it never gets never gets the full amount again because too much of one thing backs up in the station, and therefore the station will never have enough, say copper sheeting or aluminum sheeting, we'll say, for example, to say the battery. Oh, why am I doing this? Trains are so heavy. I delete the temporary train. Not seeing it. Guessing I did. I want to turn you on. Do not drive into this guy right in front of you immediately. You're going to drive right into him. They're in the same segment. Okay, we're going to manually drive this back to the battery facility because we goofed up this train anyway. Wait a minute, did I get on the wrong train? I got off the train, I got turned around. Thought I was on that one over there. Oh goodness. Okay. You're gonna go to battery right. Then nothing. Dunes left eventually, but for now, you're just going to do that. And since we're now halfway across the map, let's have our personal train do another loop of picking up rubber and steel beams, dropping them off at the space elevator location. So I know I did an absolutely terrible job of explaining why it's so mission critical that the station that the aluminum continues to go. But basically, there is a gentleman's agreement in that one station that enough of the aluminum casings will be taken by a train frequently enough to make enough room for the aluminum sheeting to not get backed up, so that when the aluminum sheet train gets there, it can get a full load, or as many aluminum sheeting had been produced during the time of its circuit, so that it can adequately supply the other station, the place it's going to. If that doesn't happen, so for example, the battery train was still running. Eventually, the battery train would take all of the aluminum sheeting out of that shared station, and those slots would get backfilled by aluminum casings that are no longer being picked up. At some point, it's all casings and there's no room for the aluminum sheeting. So now the battery train can't pick up any aluminum sheeting. And then you would run the perpetual risk of the train that picks up the casings. You know, one train car cannot hold the full capacity of a train station. A freight platform holds more stuff than a train car, which is a good thing because it makes it easier for multiple trains to make the circuit. If you need more than one train delivering product, that's a good thing. But in this case, it means if the station was full of casings only, X amount of that station never clears of those casings. And so now the remaining spot at the bottom will get refilled with casings and sheeting. And potentially it never will get caught up, make enough room for a full set of sheeting. Because I would have to manually intervene. Where we did our goof. Already backfilled. As the buffer backfilled. Okay, it has. Alright, so we've already produced fix for it. As you can see, it was still picking up the sheeting, not the casings. So it may not have been just long. So there may not have been irreparable harm, but there could be. That's the thing that we have to be cognizant of in making sure the station, this thing never stops. I'm going to need to unload that. Not going to worry about it right now. Stepped into it and immediately broke. They're both set to low. Perfect. Timetable going to left. Right, so I don't need to do a manual docking. And this will start transporting all of the batteries. I think it's only going to take 2 trips. Probably. But maybe 3 trips, right? Because we don't have, again, a train can't empty an entire station, which is perfectly fine because we have no other. This train has one job in life, and it is to move materials related to the space elevator, which is why there are fluid tanks in the front, because they're keeping it from accidentally loading material. You know, if we have to go to another station that it's doing a one-time pickup like here, although in this case we don't have anything in the front, but if we do have it go to a station as a one-time pickup, this makes it easier to not accidentally take materials that we don't want. And there's just a tiny bit of like fuel or something, and just the smallest bit of those train cars will always remain fluid cars and can't accidentally dock with a location that isn't fluid. Alright, well, we're gonna head back home and we're gonna wrap up. So we always do our wrap up at home. Let's have our home train waiting for us. It's heading home right now. Gotta do the loop-de-loop, up, around, dock. After it docks, we'll build the home route from it. And that way it'll be waiting for us at the place. There's a tower of power, 85 gigawatt diluted fuel plant. Probably the most machine dense facility in the entire place, and of course on top of the hill is the Illuminati. Here. Which is my favorite build. Over there, if you haven't seen it and you're curious about it, go back through the playlist. You'll see the episodes around building Illuminati, and of course the final episode in that little mini series that's showing off the final build. That was an extensive facility. Like all these side stations here are all for the Illuminati. It's bauxite over there, and water. This gigantic, I mean, it doesn't look gigantic, but it is. This pink facility up here is making just silica. Just an absurd amount of silica. Silica palooza. So much silica that I think I might have 2 trains picking up the silica. Flowing across. Side. Crystal quartz all over the place around this area, so we're pulling in from multiple sources. Miss it, did we? What was that? Oh, you know, we had this, there was something about this area. Okay, it's behind us. There is something about this area, and we observed it in the last live stream, and I think the one before that. There's it's like a zone line. Cross over something and the UI refreshes, and this is the only place it happens, and it's only started happening in update 8. I don't know what in the world causing that, but we were on the map and the map went boop boop. It was refreshing the UI. It's just crossing that point. And it doesn't happen every time, but literally it's been the only place I've ever seen it happen. Batteries here. Slightly more, it's like 2 stacks more than 2. Oh, I didn't even have enough room to unload because of all the... Yeah, still running out the material. A lot of stuff to move. That's fine. I mean, obviously we could do multi-belts. I mean, we're running 2 stations through 1 station of output. We have four output belts worth of capacity, and we're running it all in 1 belt. That's running through and running back out. That's fine because it's all going through 1 storage array, and we don't care. It'll all get done when it gets done. And dump off what it can. And we'll allow the other train is bringing the batteries back and forth. We'll leave it. We're gonna go back home and we're gonna wrap up. And those 2 rear cars, because it was the only it's ready to dock again because it was the only station on its list at the time. And those 2 rear cars are always, they're meant to be temporary cargo anyway. And we use them either when we go to a job site, like turbo motors, but we've already moved all that material, or we use it for like the space elevator. So it's fine to have that material sitting in those train cars. We're not going to be used anywhere else. However, I do need to be aware of it because 2 train cars in the back, 2 stations at the back of the turbo motor facility we're working at. Those are unloading stations originally for the materials for that site. Well, I do have to keep in mind that I have cargo in here next time I load up the game. I'll probably need to come back here and unload them first. But I'll have time. All we need is time for them to unload, and I'm not going to do it right now because we're ready to wrap the stream. But before we go back to turbo motors, either in the episode or in the next, I don't know if I'm going to do another live stream for turbo motors, to be honest. It's going to come down to what I can package up for an episode. Because now it's just running conveyors, building this train station here, which is what I'm talking about. The next thing I'll do is build the train station. While I'm building the train station, the space elevator station will unload, and so my next trip with this train will empty the train out. Or I need to go back to turbo motors. But all I need for the turbo motors right now is running conveyors, which I'm not going to do on live stream, probably, because it is going to be super boring and tedious. Not really boring to me, but my OCD will kick in and I will move things a lot. And that's just the nature of my brain. And that's usually a thing I don't want to inflict on other people. So that's probably something that I will do so that I can show the finished product off in an episode. But then it's just wrapping the building and, cosmetics. Many hours worth of work, but I don't know if they are live stream hours. Plus, what will I have left to do after I do whatever I'm going to do for the episode. Will there be a live stream or the stuff to do? So that's just something that I'm going to have to figure out, and I'll figure that out later. Looks like we've moved all the rubber. Just the steel beams that are left. Probably some rubber left in the stations. Yeah. Most of it's delivered at this. Excellent. Excellent. So almost everything is done for that space elevator bit. I apologize for the massive lag fest you guys are about to witness. So away. Remember, this is already the laggiest area on the map, and we're at high speeding through a tube, so bad. Real bad. Maybe one of these days I'll play the lottery and then win the lottery, and I'll be able to afford to upgrade my video card. But in the meantime, I just hide that from the episodes. Get there, and I get here, and I wait for the game to catch up, and then we do our intros and outros. Oh, whew. Excellent. Out of the spreadsheet now. Yeah, that's gonna be it. That's gonna be it. We're wrapping it up. It was very productive, lots of fun. Good to see people back. Keep an eye out for the next episode. I haven't looked at the calendar right now. Yeah, so next episode's gonna have to be the Christmas episode. Because next Monday is Christmas, and I tend to publish Friday or Saturday. Probably won't be a stream on Sunday. I'll see, but that's Christmas Eve. And people are probably going to want to be doing Christmas Eve stuff. So probably won't. But just keep an eye out for an episode. And it'll probably be centered around the Fixmas area and some space elevator stuff. And depending on time, I might build the station for the episode. Because I want to keep working on turbo motors. But beyond that, that's going to be it. Thank you so very much for coming out. Thank you for sticking around with me. Be sure to leave a like on the way out. And I think everybody here is probably subscribed already. Thanks again. Appreciate it. It's a lot of fun. And it makes things better over here. So enjoy the rest of your Sunday. And I will see you in the future. Good night. If you enjoyed this, you may want to check out one of these other videos. And thank you very much for your time.